we have we have an exciting stream today because I believe that once we roll around to the winter season, which we might already be in if I remember correctly from when we last left off, um, Hush House is experiencing the holidays. Hello, base. Righto. This will be the first time on the new setup for Book of Hours. I'm excited. Ah, yes, we were just at the end of Christmas. So while everything, or at the end of winter, I mean, while everything is still paused, let's take a look around. Because there's some new things. Start with the village. As you can see, Reverend Timothy has put up a lovely wreath and some Christmas lights around the old rectory, as well as a wonderful Christmas tree, which includes a piece of sea glass. That's a little bit of a present for us. There's a whole advent calendar thing that goes on where you look around the place and find funny little resources that you can use. The post office is lit up in a similar way, as is Denzel's. In fact, it seems like every building in Brandkrug has this going on. Nothing particularly special about the moors or the sands, but that's to be expected. But let's see how the librarian has decorated. Well, starting off, we have holly strung up. Holly and mistletoe strung up in the keeper's cottage. As we enter, there's a wreath on the wall. Lights strung up in St. Brandon's cloister. And then we get to the Grand Ascent, where the majority of the decorations are. Wreaths, holly and mistletoe and pine, all covered in lights and ornaments and ribbons and wonderful things. All the way up the Grand Ascent. Wreaths decorating the nave of the abbey. Another one of those holly and mistletoe setups on the gallery. A lot of the smaller rooms have not particularly been touched, although we did string up lights at the very tip of the spire in the church tower. Basically, all of the stairs have decorations on them in the house. Hope there's fun stuff elsewhere when I'm playing in the new house, too. We have strung up lights along the entrance to Cucurbit Prison and put up streamers in the staff room, which is a very funny thing for the librarian to do. And one of my favorite bits: who puts up lights in the sea caves? And streamers in the hermit cell. There's probably some others that we're not aware of because some of our rooms are aren't finished yet. But we have other tasks for today. In fact, Um, where's our second tryst? Ah, the Archaeologist Journal. That's one of my favorites. Ah, this is where Tryst was. We finished reading Kitling Ripe and the Moldywarp's Grave. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kitling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldywarp. When the Snake Witch killed the horse, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the pig, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took him to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair and she began to dance. We got a Resurgences and Emergences lesson, and an Impulse memory. Sadly, we do appear to be slightly out of space for the impulses. So what we're gonna do, in that case, now that we can pretty consistently deal with Keeper Skin, we don't really need a quarantine zone for it anymore. So, we will simply make this into an overflow shelf for impulse books. I'm actually going to, let me see if I can. I'm hoping that my Tryst will be ready again in time for the salon, since we do have to get everyone to come here pretty soon. Here's our setup from last time. We've got it ready for everyone. Boiled eggs for the first course, a Bran Krug specialty at this point. As well as cold pheasant with grape salad, leading up to a main course of jugged pheasant. It's a very bird-centric meal, to be honest. Egg, pheasant, pheasant. But yes, cold pheasant with grape salad. Jugged pheasant. With a side dish of onion rings. And for our pudding, the poiris. Something very special for the season. We're serving Schloss Jannings for most of our guests, though we do have Dawn Lion coffee, Strathcoin whiskey, and Domaine Raveline on offer. We are inviting Princess Kokil Amirejibi, Dr. Serena Blackwood, Ms. Azita Bukhara, and Mr. Fraser Strathcoin, as well as Reverend Timothy. Princess Coquille has arrived, as has Serena. There's Mrs. Zita, and Strathcoin is here. Excellent. Okay, Reverend Timothy, Mr. Strathcoin, Mr. Blackwood, Ms. Zita, Princess Coquille. And we have to wait till after midday for lunch. And here we go. Let's do it. I think everything's ready. Say something witty. Add shout. Timothy, a keen amateur naturalist, shares his wasp-related insights with Fraser. Fraser's interest waxes and wanes. Oh, hello. Just finished another book. Right, the Charitic Book of Suns, which we read with the help of the Mazarine Fife. A radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns, attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the sun and splendor in the Forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining, through proxies that are in some sense themselves. Here we go. 2 lessons for Sacra Solis Invicti. Newman, the Great Counterfeit. The sun and splendor in the Forge of the Days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Oh! So the idea here is that it's possible that the entire, division and death of the sun and everything that happened there was effectively a scam run by the Sun and Splendor and the Forge of Days to only possible due to names and speech. Oh! Right, if the Sun and Splendor and the Forge of Days can't be joined, what if they were to give themselves different names? I see. Oh, that's clever. Clever hours. Right. Where to put this? It is moon, nectar, and lantern. Or lantern, moon, nectar, more like. So you've got an insects and nectars lesson on tap. Metal. Invite a challenge. Hoo-hoo. Coquille and Serena discuss the fabled Paths of the Sun. Oh, hey, that's actually the, I'm pretty sure that's actually the Newman that we literally just had before getting the Great Counterfeit. Fabled Paths of the Sun through the Mantis, which were reserved for the undivided sun, speculating whether the sun's fission selves, like the wolf and the madrigad, now walk them. Coquille speculates that if the Menescape walks them, that may account for some of the stories about the Shadow Mantis, sometimes called the House of the Moon. Interesting. So the possibility that the House of the Moon isn't a literal second house, but is the house itself. Which would imply that the phrase, the wheel still turns in the House of the Moon, really just means the wheel still turns, right? And that would make sense, considering if the wheel is meant to represent time, clearly time still flows. It's not like that's particularly stopped. So, This is compelling. Compelling possibilities. Instinct and emotion. Add tryst. Fraser and Serena speak of Antaeus, who might have been a child of name emanations of the flint and wheel. Oh, if the House of the Moon just means the Mantis, then what are the Lygians doing? I guess that's why some people think the Lygians are names. That's definitely possible. I think that it's probably a bit of both, right? Like, the cosmology of the Secret Histories universe is defined by contradiction. Things are both true and untrue. Things are one way and they're also the other way. And there are at least 5 different distinct ways that history has gone. The present is fixed, but the past is subjective. So maybe the House of the Moon both is and isn't just the Mansis. Fraser and Serena speak of Antaeus, who might have been a child of name emanations of the flint and wheel. Fraser wonders why, if Antaeus' forebears were immortal, they did not suffer the urge to devour him. Nobody even knows how many Lygians exist. Serena provokingly asks when he thinks the crime of the sky first became a crime. Lesson Stone Stories. I am always very interested in hearing more about the line of Antaeus, because most of that knowledge is locked away in Cult Sim Exile, which I have yet to actually finish. It is very interesting, the idea of humans descended from a line that included the old gods. It also fits well with my interest in the Carapace Cross and the world of a low red sun. A more sober tone. Add Faust. Timothy is enthusiastically recounting his previous week's sermon to Coquille, obviously flattered by her interest, although a neutral observer would notice her interest is becoming increasingly glazed and desperate. Hey, more Sacra Solis Invicti. And Shaft. Timothy barrages Serena with questions about the architecture of Hush House and the changes she notices since her time here. She answers the more innocuous questions and steers him away from the more difficult ones. Coquille and Revert are hilarious together. I'll have to invite them both at some point. Speaking of which, actually, I think at this point I'm safe to start using my other things. Oh, actually, I'll probably get satisfaction afterwards, and that'll help with that. But, in the meantime... Probably have one more. The other Faust card. Fraser and Azita are negotiating something shady sounding about Mammoth Ivory and Dreams of Ice. I see. My guests leave happy. Satisfaction memory, a curious hunch, and all of our lessons. Wow, we've got a lot of these. We should probably start using them. Okay. transmittance and precursors, but using our lesson for resurgences and emergences with Arab. Satisfaction memory. And oh dear, I can't use the impulse memory. Shoot. I think I need gossip. Okay. Gossip memory? Alright. I think I've done as much as I reasonably can with my resources today. Okay, it's a cloudy day. Give me a free lesson for insects and nectars. Whatever I end up putting that into. Probably itself, actually. Really only need the one extra, so... Oh no, 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 no. Okay, this is really, really bad. I was thinking that it seemed like it had been a while. Okay. Alrighty. We are in Numa. Which means that all of those lovely lessons that we just got are going to go away at the end of the day. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10. Yeah, we've got fucking 10 lessons to punch through before the end of the day. Or else we're gonna lose the ones we don't get to. And it's also probably time to use up our stuff. So, okay. We're gonna start by upgrading Fusine. That other door and wall lesson we could probably put into Lockworks and Clockworks. Aside from the lesson itself, we would need one more, or two more. Now, we have a couple of knock things. And sky things. Mostly knock things. Rose, moon, yeah. Okay. Horns and Ivories has a knock, so I think it is probably worth doing to grab a pattern. So between a Curious Hunch, the Numa Broom, metal is unmalleable. Yeah, I'll save a metal for that, I think. Um, okay. Numa Broom, Curious Hunch, Horns and Ivories. Or no? One of those has to go to the Door and Wall lesson. We're going to need to get 2 memories that have knock. Definitely going to need at least 1 lantern. So I'll go ahead and do that. A light in the inkwell. And we're also going to need definitely at least 1 scale thing. Probably to upgrade Stone Stories itself. Ah, St. Ronwin's is here with the yearly stipend. Thanks, St. Ronwin's Trust. Hell of a time for it to arrive. Lord Franklin Bancroft, hi, welcome. Goonerman himself. Thorough weather for this time of year. Definite weather. The joy I shared with Lady Ava. The delights of our... Gone into the ocean. One last toast. The Prince of Wines and the... Not that Lord Bancroft has ever required inspiration. But will you... Alright. You want something that is 7 Grail. Here, the intimations of skin. Oh, by the way, remember when I was talking a while back about the whole thing with Abra Southey? Here's yet more confirmation. Count on a poet to... Charlatan. Our daughter. Bancroft is talking about the hypothetical daughter in Where Has She Gone that the Reverend suggests was raised by the Southies. Or so that, I don't remember if he was the one that did. I think he said that maybe that her progeny survived. There was some book that suggests that Ava's daughter was taken in by the poet laureate Robert Southey. And it does seem to be confirmed by Bancroft here. Okay, few scenes done. Okay. Next up. Desires and dissolutions. We can use the insects and nectars lesson here along with our clouds. The tryst. Okay. That buys us some time. Got our salt memory. Uncanny Labors is running. And we got our Fear, Revelation, and Pattern. Okay. Pattern's probably the most important one to deal with right away. We'd wanted to put it into Clockworks and Clockworks. Door and Wall. The Numa Broom. Okay, now we have Curious Hunch, which is another knock one. And we want to get rid of our Horns and Ivories lesson at some point. So... okay. We can dump that into Edict's Liminal with Horns and Ivories and a Curious Hunch. Potentially. What else can we use Curious Hunch for? Curious Hunch has Lantern, which is important. We're going to want to use that for Sacra Solis Invicti. So, we're going to grab yet another pattern. All right. We have 2 instances of Solus Invicti. As well as a Watchman's Paradox to use. So the Lantern... Lantern and Sky setups are going to take up a lot of our stuff. Drums and Dances is important too. So we need to save some of our health core in Arab, probably. Upping Glazierian Lightsmithing will buy us a bit of time. That heart. Furs and Feathers is also possibly Sky, so that'll help too. So, okay. If we use Glazierian Lightsmithing and Furs and Feathers, we can get rid of the Sacra Solis Invicti lessons without dealing with any issues of memory overflow. After that, we can probably just dump it into Sacra Solis Invicti itself, or maybe like Auroral Contemplations, Edicts Inviolable. No, not Edicts Inviolable. That's not actually a Lantern skill. But yeah, we've got options. as long as we can save that Curious Hunch. The knock situation. What were we using that knock on? Right, Edict's Liminal. The pattern will be used on Edict's Liminal, along with Horns and Ivories. So, Horns and Ivories, the Sacra Solis Invicti, and the Watchman's Paradox, those are all basically accounted for. So that's 4 of the 7 remaining. In terms of scale, do we have any single scale? Stone Stories, right. Stone Stories helps itself along with the fear. So now it's just drums and dances. Wait, we didn't even need that pattern. Shit. Ah, well. In that case, we can just do a secondary thing and grab, like, glass blowing and vessel crafting instead. It's not a big deal. One for drums and dances. Grail can upgrade Hyksos. So that's 1 drums and dances accounted for. We just need the second one. Gonna grab a gossip. Got a silver Spintria from Lord Bancroft. You know what, actually? I have a potential a potential trick here. Let's go ahead and spend a fet to chat with our turtle. Please hide, wait, and stretch, Miss Streamer. Ooh. All right. Will do. Thank you, Lilin. Okay, hydrated and... felt good. Thank you. That's Lockworks and Clockworks done. Okay. Oh, right. You're not messing with things mankind with not much to know again, are you? Look, I can't help it. It's Numa. I've got tons of lessons to get through. Okay. Emperor Uwujibus lies waiting in his casket. He awaits the messenger's decree. uh. Alright, we've got an old moment. Faucet. Pattern. I can now put that right back in with a revelation. Now that we have that pattern, check this one more time. We have 5 lessons left. 2 drums and dances. Right, we're going to use that on Hyksos. Let's take care of that. Oh no. I may have fucked up. Okay, don't panic. Right, Leaves and Thorns. You were doing Leaves and Thorns. Oh, hold on. Deep Mendeg has Lantern. If we use this on orchids and insects and nectars. No, wait, that's not moth. Oh god, that's not moth. It's right to the roots that's moth. But weaving and not working. Heart, so drums and dances. And moth for curious hunch and old moment. there's a secret or knack for Moth, it wouldn't be Moth. I think that's what Moon is. That makes sense. Okay. Furs and Feathers can use a Watchman's Paradox lesson. Not the revelation is the problem. And that means, unfortunately... Okay. Trying to just organize all this. See what I can do. So our Horns and Ivories, that's going into glass blowing and vessel crafting. Our Sacra Solis Invicti lesson. Let's say that's going into Deep Mandaic. If we want to use Furs and Feathers, we can put the Old Moment into the Watchman's Paradoxes. And they line up. Is there a thing that is either Lantern Nectar or Lantern Heart? Don't think either of those combos exist. Yeah, probably not. They're a bit too out there. Alright, in that case, I think our best bet is just to roll with weaving and not working for the last one, and spend one last thing on whatchamacallit. Do we have one? No, but we can probably... Actually, wait. No. Okay. We can afford to spend a whist in order to grab ourselves intuition, or an impulse, I mean. thorns done. Alrighty. Alright, what about our elements? Drums and dances. There's unfortunately no way around it, I think. Unless we can use... I'll have to check this. Do that one last, I think. We don't have the stuff for it yet. And this 2 Foss will cover us for everything else. So the Fett and Tristan Arab can all be used elsewhere. I think it's fair. Another thing to think about is that if we do end up using... Okay. We've got 2 more to go, so... leaving and not working is still our best bet. Okay. It's been a stressful Numa, but I think we've managed it. Hold on, let me check something. I'm gonna go ahead and assign drums and dances, I think. Or maybe. Let me see if there's anything else I can assign to the Bosk. drums and dances, I think... Yeah, I think drums and dances goes in the Bosk. Both because it gives me a health, which I actually really want right now, and because placing it in the Bosk is, first off, makes more sense, because it doesn't really have a lot of stuff that makes intuitive sense in Horomakastri. And also, I think that it's more in character. So, like, if we put it in Horomakastri, the Thunder Skin, the eternal drum that beats to preserve the skin of the world, is a god from flesh, which is to say he was once mortal. But the horned axe, last of the gods from stone, required his death, and so the Grail gave him up, though he loved her. Love is always subject to the will of the hours, as all Horomakists know. That seems very pessimistic. The Thunderskin, the eternal drum that beats to preserve the skin of the world, is a god from flesh, which is to say he was once mortal. He died to preserve the last god from stone. He died for love. He died for necessity. In matters of Bosk, these three are often intertwined. I wonder how the localization for these games goes. Localization is challenging on the best of days, and in a game that focuses on language as heavily as this one, I can't imagine it was easy. Is there anything at all that I can do with my Arab in Numa? Anything useful in the slightest? Oh, hey, there are the three flowers of the Watchman's Tree. Red, black, and white. Lovely. Okay, that's it. That's all of our memories. We managed to use every single one of them. Gathering in Numa in the moors didn't really give us anything good, just a wind rumor. Much is lost, but much remains. Oh! Gathering in the Sea was a bit better. We did find another savage relic. Oh, that's something I can do, actually. Portal. Ah! Ah! Chikaksuk! Aurora, thank you for the sub. 3 months, wow. I appreciate you. Hope to see you soon for board games. And a salt sign at the seagulls. Oh, it's just agave eterna again. I thought it was the sentry plant. It just gives us 2 of it. Oh well. Okay. Numa is over. Excuse me, local Snelf, did you stretch, hydrate? Have you been reminded you're a superb woman? Um, Lillian actually hydrated and stretched me earlier, but I'll take it. And hydrate. Thank you, Bippy. Oh, new current affairs. And a new living relic. I'm just gonna relax for a minute. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in scents and sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went, it was cold. Right. The affair of the Royal Endeavor. The new king has sanctioned the use of the crown's wealth to fund a visionary new industrial project, one that will transform our economy and furnish the kingdom with a sense of patriotic mission. Parliament, dazzled, has already passed the Royal Endeavor Act, mandating the construction of the necessary facilities, although the details remain in some respects vague. What the heck is the new king up to? Also, Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired. Hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he be only a soldier. Oh, you know what? Endeavor to hydrate and stretch. If you stretch enough, you'll be a longer snack. Yes! This is true. Apparently he likes Lantern. Good day to you. May I come in? I abandoned the Empire's service long ago. That was not an easy choice, but some ties I find even harder to loose. My blood, the son of my nephew, is bound up somehow with the new king's endeavor. My family and I have parted ways, and I will not remind them of the shame of my desertion, but I cannot rest until I understand this business better. Okay. I want a lantern book, then. Locksmith's dream will light through the key. What is happening here, I think it is no more perilous than any line in the Sun's plan, and it is much grander. We all make our choices. My choice now is to be proud of my kin and his part in the work. Thank you, librarian. I hope that you will keep this matter between us alone. Okay. Clockwork's 3 is potentially really good. Um. Okay. Hmm. We should be able to read the Debate of Seven Cups now, I think. If I use the Natan desk... Trist... plus Resurgence's Emergences... Yeah, okay. I just need a memory that has a bit of moth. Impulse should do it. Let's reread the Ceaseless Tantra. Oh. There's a variant called the Debate of Seven Pups, which is a bunch of dogs barking. Ah. Okay. This sound memory... Can't really use it to read anything useful. It's my only, books that require heart. It's basically just Nin's Cages, and we're nowhere close to that. Plus, we don't even have Erikapian. Spintria, and the lieutenant's card. Oh no, I need a desk, right. Alrighty. Got something resembling a plan. Ah, and we've got a consulting engineer for today. Right. Okay. Forge Sky Lantern. To go down through here, we want Moon or Nectar, not useful. Forge could deal with the Wing Haunted Cave. Or the Sealed Cell. Crack track. There we go. And that should make things significantly easier. Hiring the consulting engineer. There we go. Collaborate metal to start off with. Alright, we got our impulse memory, so back over to the Natan desk. With Trist, her lens of resurgences and emergences, and while holding the shears of the Sisterhood, we can read a moth book. Excellent. Right, can't harvest anything yet. Alright, consulting engineer is up to 6 metal. Added to the 5 that she'll get from the Newman. She only needs like 1 more. So, let's go ahead and give her the triangle, or sorry, the square. I keep forgetting, it's not called a triangle. Newman Enhanced Engineering. I've got a line for that. Oh, intuition memory. Excellent. Okay. So we're gonna have to babysit this one a little bit. Book of Maya with Hyksos through the lens of the Inks of Power. Plus an intuition memory, plus our Fet. Plus the globe. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and absolutely shatter this engineer's mind. Hey, so you like architecture, yeah? Here's the architecture of the entire universe. Let me describe it to you. Basically, it's a kaleidoscope into the mundane these days, but it used to be brighter when there were less colors. Engineer. What? Right. Now you should know enough to uncover this sealed cell. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, do not insert keys without first invoking adequate authorization." The key is in the staff room, but I shouldn't turn it without invoking powers to provide a reasonable facsimile of authorization. Okay, we're good. We can read the Book of Maya. In fact, we don't even have to use up a soul card to do it. Our other ones are relevant furniture and art. So we can use this painting of Caris. And what is Rose furniture? Oh, we might have to use the soul. Is there any Rose furniture? Really? None at all? I have no clue on Rose furniture. Let me look this up. Hold on a second. Snecko Snoop. Apparently there genuinely is no Rose furniture. I suppose that makes a certain amount of sense. Rose is all about wandering, and furniture is the opposite of that. There's no Rose that... There's nothing that's comfortable that is Rose. Yeah, apparently there literally is just no Rose comfort items. I mean, I can't confirm it. It's not like I found a list. I saw other people referring to the fact that there were no Rose comforts, but... yeah. Alright. Would have liked to use that painting of Caris, but... ah, well. Got Serpentinite. And Contraband Jetsam. Feel like there should be something to return home to, but what do I know about travelers and returning? Well, the thing is, once you have... you need to be returning in order for it to be Rose. Once you have returned and are in your home again, the Rose aspect fades, I think. When you are returning, you're going for things that are not Rose. Just because something is related to the concept of traveling and returning doesn't necessarily mean that it's part of it. You know? The Debate of Seven Cups. Distillations of Spirit, recorded by an alchemist who identifies himself in the foreword as, "But Sir Thomas Browne's reflection." Time is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Darkness and light divide the course of time, and until that course is run, eternity remains history's bedfellow. Sorrow, then, is sense's final solvent, and even a tear, should it fall anew, might enough? I actually don't know what E-N-O-W means. Might destroy a stone. Like how Grail's at the edge of preservation is what it leads into. Yeah. What is eno? Okay, it's an archaic spelling of enough. So, what is said here is, should it fall enough, might destroy a stone. Solutions and Separations. I think that's a new one. And it's an impulse book. Of course it is. could have sworn that I had something that I could do previously with serpentinite slabs. Maybe it was down in the forge? Yes, okay. Right. That's what it was. It was if I used it along with an amethyst ampule in the forge. You need a pattern to do it, but that's easily gotten. Oh, good lord, when did it become night? An account of the 5 visits of the Desert Wanderer, probably the hour called the Vagabond, to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even a mortal, but things then go badly. In her second visit, she came as Laughing Thrush. Her heart was bright within, her beak was ripe with song, but in the first moment her feathers touched the city stones, the laughter began. The Wanderer's penultimate visit is a centipede whose venom cracks stone. Maya is abandoned to the desert. But she returns one last time, again as Laughing Thrush, with 4 other hours who take the shape of birds, to celebrate the first roost above the bones of her hated kin. Right, so this is going through a bunch of the different forms of the Vagabond. The Wanderer, the Centipede, the Laughing Thrush. All names for the same being. Intuition and sand stories. Honey. And here we go. Cell Adepts. 77 days in the cucurbit was considered enough to soften the passions of the most unrepentant adept. After that, they were usually charged and tried in closed court, very occasionally released, sometimes taken upstairs for one of Collars' experimental interviews. Julian Cosley. Julian is known to be winter-long. At a prescribed date, his hour patron will ensure him a beautiful ending. But until then, he is even harder than most long to dispose of finally. That said, he is known to have been defeated by an ascendant long in the 1920s, and his true current status, a diminished survivor, a determined memory, something else, is the subject of esoteric debate. Okay, so Julian Cosley being defeated by the Colo Simulator protagonist is canon. Alici licet, tibi non licet. To us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted, the motto of the Suppression Bureau. And a box of rarities. Box of Rari? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that. God damn it. Is rain and since we can't really use that for much. Suppose we could try to read a high-level Grail book. Three, two, one. Ah! It's desiccated witchworms. Oh hey, the consulting engineer again. Alright. And let's make some Gervinite. Meanwhile, Collaborate metal. Beguiling melody. Now, while I'm at it though, and need those spice scales as well. That brings us to 9 Grail, which hopefully we can do something with. Right, metal is metalled. Again, we hand her the square. And we're getting 2 new skills, Sand Stories and Solutions and Separations. The surgeon plies the knife and the mason plies the chisel. There are subtler tools than either. Crafted a replacement for the amethyst ampule. There we go. And we now have the Paths of the Sun Newman once again. And we got abandoned packages from the Walk on the Moor. Right. Enough foreplay, Miss Engineer. Here's the Paths of the Sun again. I know that's what you wanted. Sand Stories of wandering tribes, watchful vagabonds, and winged devourers. Another contraband jetsam. Relevant furniture and extra soul. That's very doable. Grail is one of the easiest things to get from furniture. We have the engineer unlock the wing-haunted cave. Get our Gervinite. Satisfaction memory. Intuition, which means that we can now grab and upgrade our sand stories. Maybe the Rose of Hypatia will make more sense, or sorry, Rose of Nuria will make more sense if we put up our feet on this wonderful little footstool. How many home from the storm propped their feet here and gazed into the fire? Sand Stories 2. And now Solutions and Separations 2. Meanwhile, we can probably do something in the Nocturnery with this rain. I too kick my feet up and become smarter. Everyone else says I'm just smug, but what do they know? Saint Tryphon, Nuriel explains, performed secret miracles in the name of She Who Bleeds and Bears and She Who Opens. Thus, Saint Tryphon opened the way to the House of the Sun. Thus, Saint Tryphon underwent the Great Birth, an ascension to immortality. Saint Tryphon began his ascension by passing the Horned Door. Saint Tryphon continued his ascension by learning the Invocation Thyiatic, which Nuriel does not record on account of its extreme holiness. And, Nuriel explains grimly, to achieve the 7 marks of the Great Birth, Saint Tryphon consumed those whose soul had left them, and even those in whom the soul remained. Text is a very humorously rewarding medium because the audience can imagine someone funnier saying it. True. Anyway, that's a satisfaction book, which, I guess puts it with the cookbooks. Separations. Rainy day. Thyrsa's cordials. My own Weston Grired Arab. Combined with rights of... No, not leaves. Rights of the roots to make Lethe. Red paint. All right. Oh, and our smuggler's den. In the last years of the 18th century, the DeWolf line ended and the estate lay empty. Enterprising smugglers spread rumors of the ghosts that walked the Isle, and quietly brought their tea, brandy, and tobacco in through the old mines on the seaward side of the Isle. But the remnants here are much newer than the 18th century. Perhaps even after the Curia took possession, they permitted the smugglers to use this place. Ambrose Westcott did love his baccy, so perhaps even the Suppression Bureau found the smugglers useful enough to turn a blind eye. Interesting, okay. Well, we've now connected both halves of the caves. Level 4, Great Signs and Great Scars. Baccy acquired. Ah, an awakened feather. It is really neat that the gull colony can just drop these. Got our Lethe. We've got tons of Lethe, as it turns out. It's been really good being able to make that every time it rains. Oriflammes is offering, let's see, How the End Will Begin. A prophecy of the Wars of the Roads recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the Great Hooded Princes. Interesting. Do you know the lore reason this game has so many seagulls? Because otherwise they'd be bagels. Excuse me for a minute. All right, I'm back. I needed to go bang my head against a wall. Actually, I took the time to go stretch my back a little bit. Long snack, yes. I always forget, what exactly can I do with Sea Holly? turn that Sea Holly into a Midnight Mark. Which, for the record, is a name I've heard people use for The Undertaker. Another consulting engineer. I've never had to do this before, but, does this work? Let me see. I also wanted to, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. The Temptations of Architecture is about table and piano legs, isn't it? Alright. So now... Dignum Vitae blank. All right, we are going for level 5 Great Signs and Great Scars. Ah, yes, okay, we can do this. A poet. This is actually significantly better. Alrighty. So. There's exactly one thing I want to do with the poet, and it's the Fluttering Crypt. So, can we get to 15? I think so. Moon, moth, forge, not lantern, moon, nectar. Is there an Eracopian? We don't have a winter Newman yet. But I'm not certain we need one. Okay. So. Obviously, the Blue Crown Flowers will help, and also the Blue Crown Tea. That'll be a good 4 to add on to his existing 4. We'll collaborate Whist to get to 10. Now we just need 5 more. Okay. So, starting at 4. Add 4 from the Blue Crown Tea and stuff. Collaborate Whist to add 2. 5 left. And we can still feed him, give him a tool, and give him a memory. Alright. I've got a bit of a complex plan, which I will explain. So, okay. I'm hoping I'll just have the time to do this. Basically, I'm going to try to craft a Wormwood Dream. I think I have enough to do it. Oh. Sorry about that. Accidentally turned the volume from my stream on, so it came through. Okay. In the meantime, with not much else to do, I can throw my shaft at the sweet bones. Go explore the moors. Check the ocean. There's a drop of Blue Crown tea for you. Doesn't like any of these beds. Okay. We have a salt memory. Did I do this wrong? I may have done this wrong. Shit. Okay. He's got 8 winter. Between food and a tool. No, wait, I'm fine. It was Edicts Martial. It was Edicts Martial, not Edicts Inviolable. Okay. Edicts Martial. Using Trist. Heyo, how's your day been today? I have had a pretty good day. Nothing particularly exciting happened, but I get to play Book of Hours with everyone, and that's a good day in my book. Of Hours. Also, this is the first time playing Book of Hours on my new setup, so everything's been much easier. Right. Then I add the Stimpfling. And now I just need, like, literally one food or drink or pet that has a moon aspect. It should be the easiest thing in the world. In fact, all I need to do for a Wormwood Dream is give the Stimpfling a glass of water. Minute 30, that's what I thought. How the end will begin. Abandoned packages. And some sand. I don't want it. I think we're safe. I think we're good. 6, 5. Let's hope it's equally possible to forget this again. Okay. Come on, just give me 30 seconds. So close. I think I'm safe. Oh hey, the white flowers. Memory sound. Okay. Poet with 16 winter because of that wormwood dream. The darkness here beats with wings. Bats? The sound is more like birds, but there's a timpani quality that suggests more bones than feathers. One more step and I sense the possibility of talons. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Senor Revert. The new king's got a lot of Continental Powers nervous, librarian, so a friend of a friend has asked me to drop by and do a little reassuring research. I'm not a spy. Spies don't go to libraries. Just a paid researcher. Doing my bit for world peace. Mind if I take a look around? I'll be honest, librarian, I don't think anything I found will reassure our foreign friends. Well, if they don't start a war, I won't either. Good luck with your new king! You know, considering he's Senor Reverte, he probably should have a Spanish accent, but I'm not confident in being able to do one. Yellow paint this time? What? Why am I getting so much paint? Alright, and next up is Madame Bichet. And here we've got Columbic Crypt. Saint Columba, with 12 companions, brought the word of the unconquered sun to Scotland, where he founded a monastery on the blessed Isle of Iona. There he died, and there his bones remained until the Northmen came. But in Cornwall they speak of his 13th companion, a hybrid beauty called Rowena, who was perhaps his tutor, perhaps his seducer, or perhaps his daughter. At his death, the monks sought to stone her for her impurities. She bore Columba's bones away so the monks would not have them, substituting out of tact or mischief the bones of a horse. She brought the bones to a hidden isle, where she made a double foundation of nuns and monks, and became its first abbess, but she would admit none to her order who was a virgin nor innocent of any crime. Since then, the Isle has been a refuge for all the world might consider impure. Oh, hold on. Okay, so Saint Columba is Rowena's brother. Rowena is the one who, it says perhaps his tutor, perhaps his seducer, perhaps his daughter. Turns out it's actually sister, the one thing that's not listed here. Although it could also be those other things. I mean, you know how it is. And yeah, the bones of the brother here, which are apparently buried in the room beneath the well. Which, I mean, there's no room where things are buried directly beneath the well, unless that there are bones in the sacred spring. But I don't think there are. I think that means the Columbic Crypt. Especially since the Columbic Crypt and the Rowanarium are the only two rooms so far where the room description has been italicized. And it says that a double foundation of nuns and monks. So Rowena started both the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot location here, as well as the Abbey Church. Interesting. All right, so in the future, we may have to do that again. But with there being another 15 winter note there. And the sealed vault is scale or knock. Her brother started the Abbey, his descendants, I mean, a right denied Rowena. Really? Where is that said? It just says here that she made a double foundation of nuns and monks and became its first abbess. Oh, there we go. And now... this royal endeavor. I wonder what you think. No, don't tell me. I don't want us to get in trouble. Either of us. No, I'm no believer, but my mother, she believed, and she used to talk of the Second Dawn. Of course, I did not take it seriously, but now the King's project. So strange. I would like to see what I can find in your collection. Alrighty. Sunset passages should help. Truly, it might mean a second dawn, or a war. I would prefer the dawn, but then it might be both. Thank you, librarian. Keep my visit between us two only for now, if you don't mind. Carishem Portolan. Beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. Alrighty, we can probably read that. Period. There we go. Alright, let's do our shopping. Joint of beef is a good start. Surrealist painter. Okay. Might have something here. Can we get her to 15? We would need 11 from all of our things. Sadly, despite having Grail, it doesn't look like there are all that many Grail pigments. So I'm gonna have to do this the normal way. Okay. What about Grail memories? You know, I'm willing to take a bet here. Apparently, there's a Newman called the Sun's Weakness, and I'm guessing I can probably get that from the Sun Disfigured. Let me check. Yep. Yep, that's the one. And I think at this point that I can read the Sun Disfigured. Okay. The question is, can we? Crack track, but it's also Grail, which means we have the extremely powerful Great Signs and Great Scars at level 5. That's 6 Grail right off the bat. Then another 2 from Arab. Yeah, this is extremely doable. Experiment Beyond Sight. Ilse Bischof's bewildering, widely derided final film. Okay. Arab. Now for Cater and Hero. Start with Sugar. for the tool. Actually, hold on. I need to be careful here. So, gonna be giving her a Newman with 5 Grail. So I just need to get her to 10. So I need 4 more from other stuff. I can get 2 of that pretty easily from Domaine Raveline. And there's a lovely glass of it right here. Okay. Sun Disfigured. Beguiling Melody. It's in Crack Track, so we have to do that. Lens, Great Signs and Great Scars. With my core. And all I need now are those spice skins. And finally, our last thing here is Invisible Opera Unfinished Recording. Wonderful. Okay. Collaboration, beverage. Yeah, this should be good. And 1 more butter, that should be enough. It quickly becomes clear that many of the... this is the Kershim Portalon. beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist, or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. Two pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ys Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks with heavily underlined warnings. Hear the final city. Strike the hours, lest earth and sky break open. Gossip and sea stories. It's very funny to me that that's counted as gossip. Send off our other order form. Yeah. Sun Disfigured should be wrapping up relatively soon. Should be golden. Oh no. I forgot. It's going to be another full minute. Oh dear. Paint, hello! I just have to trust the timer in this one. I might still be okay. The sun's weakness. Oh yeah, I should probably catalog that one. So it was Applebright Euphanies. And... Newman, the sun's weakness. And it is Rail Lantern Moth. The sun's sins and the sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us rising to eternity. Oh shit! This is actually ours! This is the Executioners! I think we're golden. Dialing melody. Oh, it was a sunny day and we completely failed to use that in any way. Let's fix that. Faust. Add pyroglyphics. Maybe. Sea glass. Ubuga. Sunny Day turns Sea Glass into Ichor Vitreous. And now... Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Just in time. Rattling tunnels. The dead do not walk here, but their eyes are upon me. I can quell them or I can feed them. Hello, Miss Surrealist Painter. Here's some wine. here's a bowl of pears. Don't worry, we'll work together. Here's a scale for measuring spices. By the way, did you know that the sun can be destroyed? Anyway, let's go into this place full of dead things and feed them. Another sunny day. And here we go. Catacombs. In the days of honey, those who remembered brought the bones of their dead to the grey rock in the sea. In the time of the eagles, those who remembered brought the bones of their dead to the grey rock in the sea. In the time of the Bear King, the clans brought the bones of their dead to the grey rock in the sea. When the Wolf Kings came, those who remembered brought the bones of their dead to the grey rock in the sea. All the years of sun and bronze, those who remembered brought the bones of their dead to the grey rock in the sea. Much is taken, much abides. This room, which is full of the dead. Oh, hey, sea glass. Excellent. I actually needed that. Gives us bone is the memory that does not die. The Catacombs Altar, which is a standard altar setup, though it does take remains, which I'm not certain all altars do. And it has moon, scale, and winter. And down here we have Nox 16 sealed vault. I'm going to set up, I think, to continue the putting stuff into Applebright Euphonies. Basically going to put stuff in for three Grail things. also, using the sea glass, make more ichor vitreous. I think... No, not yet. Always have to consider very carefully where to put anything. Oh, right. I should probably... No, I fed the Tort. I fed the Stimfling. I have not fed Terrence. Resentful Terrence. Cluck. Cluck! Musician. I think that his nectar is going to be helpful. Hold on. Yes, we do want nectar for the menacing phosphorescence. That is something I've been specifically wanting to do. Okay. He's already got 4 nectar on his lonesome, so... Now, it is unfortunate that the collaboration won't be able to be done through anything but health, but that's perfectly fine, I think, because... Oh yeah, let's, actually, wait. A glass of dandelion wine ready for him. That's 2. Knife is 2, 4, 5, and 1. Yeah, that should do it. Oop. Is there a channel point reward to have an Ana Uwu speak an entire item card description? Not just yet, but you know what? Give me an item. Name what you want me to do in Uwu speak, and I will do it. That's just more Iker. Choice paralysis, Ruby-wise ruin. Okay. Do I have that anywhere? I think so. Pretty sure I have some Ruby-wise ruin lying around. That's Sacrament Calcite. Oh shoot, I might not have any. Wait, there it is. Ruby-wise ruin. A weddy wicker won from flowers, even when the flowers aren't wed. Uwu. I hope you enjoyed that. All right. Let's put some sand into Ichor Vitreous to make Xanthotic Essence. Alright, we got the Great Counterfeit, which we will be using on our musician. Hello, Mr. Musician. I have a song idea for you. The Ballad of Sunset Celia and the Swan King. Let me tell you about it. A sound by any other name would ring as true-ass vibes at this musician. Right. How'd you like that song idea? Anyway, here, take this knife. Sometimes the librarian is like the epitome of that never let them know your next move joke. Right, now that you have the knife, Let's go down there together. Librarian is weirdo maxing. It's the most valid maxing, to be honest. Absolutely true. I wonder. Now that I can pretty easily make Xanthonic Essence. Ultimately Zolting. I could do it with a Newman. Here we go. The pumps have drained enough water to splash through, but everything is spatched and splotted with sickly, alien, wondrous, mesmeric light. When I retreat, I find the same glow on my boots. Whatever I do, I should not do it hastily. Alright, now that you know everything you need to know, let's deal with this menacing phosphorescence. Musician, what? You have the Newmans and you have the Inks. Sing, brother, sing and dance lest the fungus get ya! Let me actually think about something. Let's say that I wanted to... Got my magnificent roast potatoes, my Madeira cake, boiled egg, and vegetable pie. Who would I invite? Have Forge, Heart Nectar. Scale, Sky, Winter Heart. Rail, Heart, Lantern. Edge, Forge, Grail, Heart. Everything is heart. Maybe... Stanislav John Schaller. Corso. Actually, I think I might have something. And I'll probably be able to do it before the season's out. I should start writing letters right away. Ah, my delivery from TRN. Alright. Got Senor Corso and Coquille. And, Bichet and Shala. That should be good. Gotta do this carefully. And here we go. We have the Deep Light Caves. When the gods from stone were swept away, the Carapace Cross who had served them were swept away too. The Seglas kind, the Wirmafota kind, the Gleiterfloge kind. All those wise and mighty ones are gone, into nowhere or hiding, or us. Here in the fire-warmed waters, away from the justice of sunlight, their legacy quietly thrives. Pulsing darkness. If the Isle had a heart, we would hear its pulse. And it's 15 scale, 15 moth. And I've been wanting to unlock this room for a while, because, man, is this one great. Invite the Keels up to Hush House. There we go. Cloudy day. Mr. Keel is clearly excited and remains courteous. Mrs. Keel is courteous and may be excited. As ever, it's difficult to tell. Oh, a golden marrow. Wonderful! Okay. Now, we just need... You know what? Let me try something. Witching Tisan. Here we go. Dawn Lion coffee. Again, I hate having to stack them on the chairs, but... Alright, everyone. About 10 more seconds till we have our picnic. Oh shoot, I just realized I forgot... Okay. We can still fit another thing. And we don't have to be picky about it. Let's just, alrighty. Heals. Madame Bichet. Father Stanislav. Senor Corso. Princess Coquille. Oh dear. Okay, we need one more item of food, apparently. We'll add honey. Bingo. Instinct and emotion add tryst. Also gonna take a moment to store my core. Whew. Oh hey, catering hero delivery. There we go. That'll be something to spend some time on. Last time, Olympe lent Mr. Keel her copy of Coward's Mrs. Worthington. He now returns it with thanks. They enthuse over the piece for some minutes, after which she smilingly presents him with 2 tickets for a Coward performance in London next month. Suddenly serious, he declines with thanks. She insists that they're comps and cost her nothing. He says very quietly that he has learnt that it can be unwise to accept gifts from visitors to Hush House. Olympe's smile flickers. She withdraws the tickets. The conversation is at an end. Oh no! Oh god! Oh. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Shot. She just thinks they'd be cute on a date at this production. No. Stanislav and Coquille swap stories of Aunt Mopsy. He met her when she made a pilgrimage to the Grove of Green Immortals in the days he dwelt in its penumbra. She introduced him to her adoptive brother in Tiflis when his tastes had become jaded and he sought more dangerous diversions. Trist. Stanislav asks Mrs. Keel if the old tradition is still practiced in Brankrug, if mothers still leave infants to sleep overnight in the roots of an apple tree. Mrs. Keel flashes her brief melancholy smile and acknowledges that yes, it is sometimes still done, but most mothers pay Mrs. Keel to do it for them, so they don't get in trouble with Reverend Timothy, and that she always stays out overnight to watch the infant, which is not necessarily what was done in the times before the church. Stanislav and Corso speak of Zulfia Zakirova, to whom Corso was once very nearly married. By Stanislav, in fact. Corso tugs miserably at his mustache as he describes her struggles with deliria and her obsession with the whimsies of the wood. Then one day she started wearing wigs and ran off with a piano tuner. Last I heard, she was giving piano lessons in Leipzig. Okay, Faust. We're away for a moment. Let's put up everything here. There we go. Everything put away. Corso and Stanislav speak of the dreams that follow the consumption of the dark liquor called Lethe and their conversations with the moth named Notwing Knot. Both of them agree, almost convincingly, that they have always ignored its advice. Ah, a wild surmise. Let's see here. Okay. We have a lot of things that we can do here. Oh yeah. I wanted to do one of these each session, so let's open up the Mottled Casket, a treasure donated by a disgraced Trigularius assassin. If you got invited to Hush House and didn't know anybody, would you accept gifts? I have no experience with this, so I probably would. I know that's very silly of me. Maracat. The custom terminal of the fifth history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that Hart does now. In the fifth history itself, the cult of Maracat was everywhere suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. Oh! So Nectar... Yeah, Hart took the place of Nectar. Right, that makes sense. The Grail consumed the Tide and created the Thunderskin, which is the representation of Hart in a lot of ways. But it's not that Grail ended up completely replacing Tide. It's actually Hart that replaced Tide. I see. That makes sense. Blood versus the unceasing heartbeat. Hart does seem to fit with Nectar's thing a bit more. There we go. Not working upgraded. Most of what that picnic gave us was nectar stuff. Got a truly ludicrous amount of nectar. Schaller, you damn nectar monger. I think it's an auspicious day for something. Check this out. Okay. Xanthotic Essence. A sunny day. Faust. Inks of Revelation. And Westcott's compounds that I've been saving for a while. Craft Uzult. Oh, right, we're going into summer. Whose ult? Whose ult? Actually, it's my ult. You can't have it. Nah. That would be a jerk thing to do. Position. Is that something I need? Yes, for Rose. Okay. 4, 5, 6. Long snack, stretch, and hydrations. Ah, you got it. Okay. Let me pour myself a glass of Brand Krug water. And I'm going to, quick stretch, but... rub my back a little bit. And to the left. And the right. Oof. Snack has become longer. Alrighty. Rose. You know what? Aviform hours have Ramsend. It's probably time to read the turquoise hand. I bet you that gives me... Yeah, it looks like that gives you a Rose thing. That old lost music. I think that'll be a project. Should be fairly simple to do. to grab this. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. Okay. If we can get this right, he'll need another 5 from other stuff. Collaborate Fed is obvious. Extra effort soul. And also art and stuff. Ah. Is signs that would be history of fortune-telling reference in Crack Track? Possibly. Let's skip out on the soul and do the other thing, because probably works a little bit better. There we go. Uzalt. The ink in which the first history was recorded by the unwise mortal. Oh, okay. So the unwise mortal, the guy who ultimately became the Watchman, along with the Aegon Hatching, also specifically wrote the first history. Uzalt is the bright yellow gold of Lantern. Light lingers on it for a little while, even in the dark. Gold is not needed to mix Uzalt, but amber is. unobtrusive shrines to Uzalt could sometimes be found in the churches of the unconquered sun. So he wrote it in Uzalt and Cracktrack. What else do we know has Uzalt and Cracktrack? What else do we know has Uzalt and Cracktrack? I'm probably missing something, but let me see if I can find it. The sun disfigured. Oh, right, a scroll of Anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. I'm not certain that... Okay. First off, how do we know that, Cracktrack was what the unwise mortal wrote in? Because the specific reference here, the many-eyed one, is the many-eyed one the definitely the unwise mortal? Because I mentioned last time that that's probably a reference to a Chinese mythological figure specifically. I don't remember anything about the unwise mortal having a lot of eyes. Hell, even as the Watchman. And was the Watchman specifically in game, I think. Possibly. That said, I don't necessarily think the sun disfigured was the unwise mortal, because here's the thing, right? The sun disfigured... Where was it? It says, in its writing that the author of the text is the Elagabalene. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the Watchman's name. So maybe Sunset Celia, but it's also connected to Lady Tryphon. So, okay, it's possible that Sunset Celia was the unwise mortal, and also the many-eyed one, or specifically the Watchman was the many-eyed one, and wrote in Uzalt, wrote the first history in Uzalt as part of carrying the Aegon hatching into the glory and becoming the sun in splendor. It's a good theory. I'm just not entirely certain about it. Basically, I'm not convinced about the connection of the Watchman to the many-eyed one. So, the description of Cracktrack, if you put it into Illumination, Cracktrack was a gift from the light above the world. When glory touched the first life motes with this language, they entered the waking world. They were illuminated. I suppose that could be the moment, like, partway through the Lithomaki that happened. But I swear I think that came first. And honestly, Cracktrack feels more like a wood language to me. Like, I feel here's my thing, right? I feel like if it was created or found by the something so heavily related to the glory, wouldn't it have lantern aspect? It's nectar and scale. It seems to be most connected to the gods from stone. Oh, I am being told to slurp. Thank you, Blippi. I think that all the stuff about the many-eyed one refers to, if it's not really just a reference to the Watchman. Or sorry, no, a reference to the one Chinese mythological figure. Specifically, what's the name? Kang Jie. If it's not just a Kang Jie reference, I think it's more likely that the many-eyed one would be something related to the Carapace Cross or the Gods from Stone, rather than the Watchman. I suppose the egg on hatching was a god from stone, but still. Let me see something. Oh, okay. I'm looking into this. There is some discussion about this, and there are some other notes that I had not considered. Which is the fact that Cracktrack says it was the signs that can be history, suggests that there weren't histories before Cracktrack, meaning that Cracktrack would be the language of the first history. That the egg on hatching is making a mortal unwise. I see. So the unwise mortal was very likely a Carapace Cross themselves in that case. Many-eyed one makes sense then. We do get that story that Okay. The two possibilities for Cracktrack. If we attune it to illumination, Which, to be fair, yeah, that does suggest there's something to it being glory aligned. Humans were a vermin order of Carapace Cross, maybe, back when we passed through like a vermin and ate with our hands. Yeah, so, okay, I think that this really comes down to where we sort Crack Track, whether it's illumination or preservation. So, under illumination, it says... Crack Track was a gift from the light above the world. When glory touched the first life motes with this language, they entered the waking world. They were illuminated. This suggests that this was when the Carapace Cross passed within and humanity left the wood. Which is a thing that happened. But, on the other hand, if we say it's a tongue of earth, Crack Track is the native tongue of the living world. As long as Crack Track is spoken in cloud shape and hill form, life persists. This is a matter of preservation. That ties Crack Track very much against the glory and to the wood, specifically. That Crack Track is the language of the wood. See, if there's this idea that Crack Track comes from glory, it's a little bit odd, considering what we know about it. Maybe the language came from the unwise mortal writing the first history and the tracks of beasts. But the signs that make up Crack Track are older. They would have to be, right? So, if that's the case, I did see this here. The connection between the Many-Eyed One and the Unwise Mortal is never explicitly confirmed, and it opens up a secondary possibility for the Many-Eyed One. The Malachite. See... the Malachite is very heavily connected to nectar and insects, which is kind of where the Many-Eyed One idea is going. And unlike the situation with the Illumination, there's a very direct connection between Crack Track and the Malachite, which is nectar. Because the Malachite also has a lot of nectar aspects to them. Now, this would effectively mean that... well, here's an interesting question. Is it necessarily true that the first history is named as such because it was the first one to be written? Or is it the first history in some other way? Is it possible that there was another history written before the first, such as the fifth history? So Crack Track could be connected to the Malachite and Marakat and the fifth history. Or it could be connected to the Unwise Mortal and the first history. It all kind of depends on how we interpret the phrase the Many-Eyed One. And I'm not entirely convinced that... I'm not entirely convinced that either of them are the Many-Eyed One. We're just kind of assuming that the Many-Eyed One eventually became an hour. I do be loving conjecture and speculation. Yeah. Now, if we take the Lantern approach and say that the Unwise Mortal was this, then it's decently likely that Sunset Celia is the Unwise Mortal, or was the Unwise Mortal in some way. Aspect of the Watchmen, one of the fragments of the well, one of the gods from glory that kind of came off of the birth of the sun in splendor as an hour. But then I have to ask, what's up with Lady Tryphon? How come she's connected to all this? That the idea that Lady Tryphon and Sunset Celia are one and the same is very strange. Honestly, doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe it's a Janice situation. In what way? I keep forgetting what the deal is with Janice and what we know about it. It's like my brain shuts off whenever I hear the word Janice. So of course she'd ask the Swan King to carry the egg unhatching into the next history. Huh. Okay. Wait. Okay, I might be misunderstanding here. Are you suggesting that the idea is that Lady Tryphon, as the unwise mortal, in one of the histories, didn't actually ascend as the Watchman, and instead went on a Grail path? That they're one and the same, but across history? No, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. I'm probably completely off base from what you're suggesting. I'm missing vital context, I think. We know Lady Tryphon has many eyes, and I don't know what I'm suggesting. Her priesthood did prophesy the sun's issues and shenaniganry. Oh boy. A calligraphic manual of Ramzan, which employs as exemplar text Farid Uddin's Conference of the Birds. This book houses a Newman. Yeah, we know. Sorry. Reading completely mentally exhausted. At noon, the sun moves like the beating of a wing. At sunset, he sends the herald child with her candle. At midnight, he sends the wind that extinguishes the candle flame. Commentary, illustrations, and interleavings carry revelations never intended in the original, a sense of history and the senses of histories. Newman, that old lost music. In the right histories, every song ever sung still lingers in wind and echo, untouched by the demands of eternity. Maybe the first division was the Newman. That Newman was definitely only possible with colors. What was the second color to compete with glory? Maybe the first division was from warm and cool tones, up and down in the mansus. That makes a certain amount of sense, yeah. Here we go. Finally, this is a very appropriate Newman for the musician. That old lost music. You know, possibly a silly question, but am I being irresponsible as a librarian by handing out Newmans like this? Ah, Wild Viper! Yes. More snack. Ha, you get a Newman and you get a Newman, Oprah style. Yeah. The Storms have had their way with this since the prison was abandoned. It won't last much longer. There we go. Alright. Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore on special assignment to the High Executive for the Royal Endeavor. Get me? Get me? Hope you're impressed. Anyone builds something important, there's always someone trying to break into it or blow it up. That's the job. Funny to see a pack of vicars getting involved with something like that, though. Suppose it's what they call doctrinal differences. Here to look into that. Thanks for that. Got a much better idea of who might need arresting. Mrs. M's going to like that. No time at all for the church. Mrs. M, proper freethinker. Never mind all them poor mediums, says she. Lock up a bishop or two, save all that money on silly hats. Told her once if we locked people up for spending too much on millinery, she'd need to watch out. Had to eat my dinner at the garden shed that evening. Anyway, ta-ta. I love you so much, Douglas. I'm... Oh, backseating time? What are we backseating? St. Tentretto. Okay. How do we plan on opening that? Let's see. Okay. So, what did you want me to do with St. Tentretto? Do you have a plan for opening it, or is there something I'm supposed to do once I get it? Because it ain't here yet. Once I get it, okay. And here it is. Long ago, this is the route by which provisions entered the jail, and by which prisoners failed to escape. Here the supplies came in, from every continent that the seas touch, from the bounds and beyond. Now and then prisoners would try to escape, but the sea is always hungry. Most of the rooms at this point require either edge or knock. Edge knock, scale knock, edge knock, moth scale. Unlock the rooms before I unlock your mum. Yet another snack. Where shall this one live? No. Even having him guard the oubliette seems a little bit fucked up. There we go. A poet. I think we might have him. Okay. He gives 4 moth. Another 4 moth from Lethe. Oh, god damn it. Have to wait a minute. Ready? Gave him some Lethe. Collaborate Trist. There's one more thing I have to do. Path and Pilgrim. That should make reading a lot of Rose things much easier. Path and Pilgrim sounds like a lame Civ 3 expansion. I do not play Civilization games. I've played a decent amount of Civilization 5. I think it's actually still one of my top played games on Steam from when I was much younger. But other than that, yeah, I dropped off the Civilization series pretty hard. They just did 6. Apparently you haven't missed much. Oh, no, they're on 7. Sun's weakness. All right. Hey. Did you know that we can kill the sun? We can kill the sun. Just take it out. I have the ink in my lab. I might get drunk one night, and then this history is fucked. Anyway, if the Isle had a heart, we would hear its pulse. Anyway, go there. In the dark? Go in the dark. The new king, I have some concerns. I'm certain it is a coincidence that he came to the throne so soon after the fire here at the house. An unlucky time, but it's a coincidence I have always disliked. Actually, make a quick save here. That's not right. After the fires, do you mean during a red flowering of the yew tree? Probably, but I'm guessing she's also talking about the literal fire at Hush House. I might find something in the collection here to allay my concerns, or to crystallize them. Right, so now this is the part where you have to make a choice. What do you mean? It's flowering right now. You can physically see the black flowers. Or... What was the Chandler again? I swear I remember that name from somewhere. Chandler is an hour to come. First appears in the dreams of the player during the Apostle Entheot legacy, and is expected to become an hour in the future. Interesting, okay. That's right. Right. I did the Apostle Entheot. Hold on. Realize I also need to download Cult Sim on this new computer, but okay. In the third mode, the glory is a question, and we, all of us, the witnesses and I, answered yes as we fueled our illuminated one. They are the light now in the watchman's hand, more glorious than ever, and we are wax and eggshells. But the Chandler's secret pilgrimage will gather us one by one and assemble us in the image of the one who watches and does not act. Our time has passed, and hers has not yet come, but I think very soon she will suggest an arrangement. Right, okay. I think that I'm gonna give Serena, like, it seemed more like Lantern people have been interested in this. I think I'm gonna give Serena Lantern as well. Base for beans. She? Yeah, it says right here in Apostle Entheot, it refers to... Okay, so I can't tell if the she is referring to the Chandler or to the one who watches and does not act. Now, I do want to note something, by the way. The image associated with the one who, the Apostle Entheot victory is actually the Vagabond. So it's possible that the one who watches but does not act that's being referenced here is the vagabond, which would make it a she, yeah, and is somehow working with the Chandler. Is there no moth being mentioned or implied amongst all this? No, it's just at the very beginning of the Apostle Entheat, they quote the glory as a question bit. But it otherwise doesn't have anything to do with Moth. I see. I'm outies then. Hashtag Moth Gang represent. The Chandler is the messenger never returning to the city unbuilt. Fucking our politics hurt my head. Ah. Shrine to Saint Tentretto. The Caribus Cross, the hybrid race who in their many kinds were winged, legged-eyed, bright, dark, scaled, feathered, chitinous, chitinous, and us? The Cross are gone, the Cross were always history, but to their children, their enemies, they leave this hushed legacy. Alright, base. Backseat away. Actually, wait. I have a guess. No. I thought that maybe adding pentiments and precursors here would do something. Alright, go ahead, base. Inkle Binkle, the emergencies that resurge are the meter that preliminals. I'm glad I let you try, though. Oh, ink. Got it. Elucidate enlightenment from an earlier era. If I know what I'm doing, or perhaps acknowledge that I have no idea what I'm doing, I could curl up in the cold beneath the silent statue's shadow and see what surfaces in sleep. Alrighty. I'm gonna sleep underneath this not at all horrifying statue. I recall how in sleep I heard the changeling's carven churrings. I recall how in sleep I curled my fingers into the forms I found. I recall how in sleep I scratched the signs of secrets spoken to my other self. Here I hold them in my hands. The writing on the wall. The most delicious traditions of the Carapace Cross, as recorded on the walls of the Mantis, and transcribed into a book of 99 pages by one known only as CC. Although this book does not exist, it is read to a sleeper under certain very specific circumstances, and certain fragments jotted down on waking. Interesting. Give me a minute. I'm gonna use the restroom. All right. I'm back. Hello. Gracklemancy is the art of seeing birds. Yeah. God. Words are funny. A sunny day once again. Ah, Oriflammes has the Rose of Waznai. Oh, actually. And with Catwink, I should be able to invite Dr. P. As for why I'm inviting Dr. Peel, it's because apparently he can teach me VAC. I've been meaning to learn that one. He knows VAC personally. I see. Hello, Dr. Peel. Ah. Okay. A fugitive. That is someone we can use, potentially. Alright. Let's see here. Absolute best thing we could possibly do would be this sealed vault, but that might not be realistic. We would need to make 12 of something. Officially done with all backseating. Ah, I've found everything? Excellent. Yeah, realistically, I don't see us being able to really reach 16 edge. So instead, is 13 or 14 edge more reasonable? Possibly so. What would we need to do for that? Our best source of edge. Sickle and Eclipse, pretty easily. Four and four, 8. I would need 6 more from other. No, wait. Part of the problem is that I don't have anything that gives 2 edge, so it only goes up to 5. It means I need 9 more from stuff. How to go about this? Is scale more viable? Scale might be more viable. Because we do have a scale Newman. Which makes it 9. Means we only need 5 more. The hourglass gives 1. Health will give 1. Only need 4 more from food and drink. Scale snake or knock snake? Okay. Scale, food, and drink. Strathcoin whiskey. Only 1 from mackerel. I need to check something. I think I've got a plan. Sorry, that took me a minute. I had to check a bunch of things against each other to make sure I knew what I was doing. Okay. Here goes. Let me see one thing. It'll take me 3 minutes to do, but this might actually help. And I think I have enough health to justify it. Oh no, I just checked. Apparently the scale aspect of your health doesn't go and it doesn't happen until you get its second evolution. Ah. Well, that's my bad. In that case, no reason not to just do this directly. And do it the other way that I was planning on doing it. Still have 2 lessons that are basically the same in that they're Grail and Nectar. Writing on the wall gives the best Newman. Exactly why I'm trying to learn VAC to actually read the damn thing, but
those bananas really do be rotate.
Hello, Sully.
Hello. Does your book be ouring?
Yes. Alrighty. Banan. Yeah.
It's me, Banan, and I've come to share some wisdom. I am of an opinion on a certain variety of creation. And I'm not about to do a 180 on that opinion. I'm about to do a whole 360 on it. AI-generated novels are great, actually, because we can make so much fun of them.
Fair enough. Alrighty.
Anyways, I hope you all continue to book many hours.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Right. Give him the hourglass. Right, I actually have to read that old lost music. I forgot to do that part. Because I was very distracted by trying to figure out how I could make this all work. For the record, I plan to feed him cuckoo honey. That's what I was wondering about, is like, is there a way that I don't have to potentially wait for Numa to get that again, but bleh. Then we got the Rose of Woznai here. The Blomberend were rogues and trickster heroes among the Carapace kinds, ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. Ah! we go. Rose of Woznai. And also, what was my plan here? I think I was upgrading Leaves and Thorns. And there's that old lost music. Right. Here we go. A heavy granite door sealed with white wax, a triple lock ornamented with ivory and black nephrite. Ah. And here we go. Dr. Peel can teach me VAC. The wood is filled with life. And now I have upgraded health. Plus health. Health now gives 2 nectar. And what's down here? Let's see. How did the Curia of the Isle begin? There is no evidence they began with the House of Lethe, that society of unseen immortals bound by 3 oaths. But this vault, much newer than the tunnels above, does seem to reference the oath called the Ivory Chain, which forbade commerce with the Hours, except sometimes with the winter hour known as the Elegiast, or the Ivory Dove. Solomon Husher remarked that this might be considered less an oath of rejection of the Hours, and more an oath of loyalty to the Elegiast. But Solomon, of course, vanished into the snow. And we get some new stuff here. Coprelymph Omphalos, which is in Kilisimi. The Sky in the Scar, which is in Sabazine. That seems to be all of it. we can safely say that everything past this point of Hush House is completely restored. We are getting closer and closer. The heretical teaching is of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Naught, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Wasney and dedicated to Saint Respicius. The offshoot favored by Wasney, the true sisterhood, followed Saint Respicius in pursuing ascension in the name of the Door in the Eye, the merciless hour of light. Saint Respicius failed, perhaps because the larger sisterhood tracked him down and ritually strangled him, but Wasney outlined steps for those who hope to succeed. Seek in dreams, seek the mansus. The third mark can be achieved only when one is past the stag door. One must pass the wood. One must rise to the white door. The stag door awaits the light bearer in the sight of Gearby. The Revelation book. I see. And it was so nice too. We need to move the Revelations. Okay. How long have I been at this? Almost 7 hours. I think that once I can read... what's the word? Once I've successfully read the writings on the wall, or the writing on the wall, that's when we're gonna wrap up for the evening. Rain. Forgot to actually do other stuff. Aha! A nun! Excellent! Okay. Right. Nun plus loopholes. That makes 9 on its own. Omens are also available to nuns. Okay. I've got a plan. Oh yeah, on Monday you could just barely hear I from Mariah. Oh god, yeah. I... Cursed. Two, 1, 0. Vac. Before gods arose from blood, before ever apes stood upright, this was the language heard in the House of the Sun. I am Vac, the peacock door boasted, both the tongue and the goddess. I am the only entrance into secret light. I was worshipped before you upright apes, and I will be still when all of you are ugly ash. Listen, and I will prove it. definitely need to do this properly. I'm not going to have a lot of time to pull this off. All right. Pattern. Great signs and the great scars. Shapt. None of this is knock, by the way. I really shouldn't be allowed to do this, but add an amethyst ampule to make a curious hunch. And meanwhile, actually not meanwhile, I'll have to do this afterwards, but I'll replace my amethyst ampule. Okay. Five. Then another 4 is 9. This makes 15. So you only need 1 knock from something. Cater and Hero second flush Assam. Cater and Hero never lets me down. Here, have a drop of this. All right, let's talk loopholes. And we're almost in time for a little experiment that I was doing upstairs to come to fruition. Here's a curious hunch. And bingo, 16. Before moon, dusk. Before dusk, dawn. Before dawn, stone. 16 knock. A heavy iron door sealed with black wax. A triple lock of unornamented iron. Oh. Gosling, yes. While all of this is happening, I'm gonna go ahead. Open up the Nona desk. Ah, right. Earth signs. I didn't mean to make a witching tea sign there. wanted to make an amethyst ampule, but oh well. Iron Vault. Where did the Curie of the Isle come from? Across the Western Ocean from Noon, where the Ordo Limiae made their home? That would raise more questions than it answered. But this vault would seem to be of their making, and it would also seem to reference the oath called the Iron Chain, which binds every resident of Noon to remain hidden from the world, so that the Calyptra might not look upon us, so that the Chancel might not hear our name, so that the Hours might not devour us. Child's Treasury of Golden Afternoons. And Amiranis Betelli, a fragment of iron alloy meteorite, carefully inscribed and polished. Go. Alrighty. The Nona Desk. Earth Sign. Rites of the Roots. My own Weston Griard Arab. And we're reading The Writing on the Wall. That's only 8, but we have a knife. Oh, and Vac. North. These are potatoes. Spectacular. Librarian is a wild gardener, just putting shit in a bag, not knowing whether it's a squash or a potato. Yeah, that's true. It was hunger that made worms of dragons when they consumed the corpses of ours. Without the savor secret of the carapace, their hunger would not have been sufficient. Oh, okay. So I'm thinking that this probably refers to the hours from nowhere that are being devoured by that like are the result of the sun's corpse being devoured by worms, or something about nowhere and the sun's corpse being devoured by worms. I don't know what the reference is to dragons here, though. More specifically, a dragon could refer to what the worms became, or it could refer to the hours, but it's interesting that it's plural. Dragon is merely a great hungry worm. That makes sense, but... I don't know the implications, is the thing. Surrealist painter. Unfortunately... Well, she could do rose things. If I had to try to put together 12 rows, I would need 8 from other things. 1, 2... 3... 4... 5 Roscragon whiskey. And the rose hip jam. Yeah, okay. What were the worms in the time of the Carapace Cross? Were they human? Worms are a big mystery to me. I'm kind of thinking that... I wonder if that's going to be gone into more detail in Traveling at Night. Here is outlined the savor secret of the Carapace, which harnesses hunger to permit impossible hybridizations. With this secret, even the most potent and fundamental entities have devoured and been devoured. And this, no doubt, is why it's secret. Oh. I see. Newman, an irresistible feast. It was hunger that made worms of dragons when they consumed the corpses of ours. Without the savor secret of the Carapace, their hunger would not have been sufficient. In certain histories, that savor secret still has power. This is for the artist. Worms, as far as I know, is a metaphor for the usurpation and change of the hours, and metaphors are literal in the masses. What I always took them as is quite literally, when the sun died, its corpse fell down into nowhere, and it began being, well, eaten by worms, like corpses do that. I think both are broadly true, yeah. That's why aviform hours of preservation. Oh, because they eat worms, of course. Bird and worm. Ah. Okay. It's Edge Grail Nectar. And Rosehip Jam. Yeah. and Confounding Parable. And half-seen faces mouth half-heard riddles. This is none of von Loren's work. These defenses are much older than the Curia, but the Curia found a way to answer these riddles, and so will we. Sultan Fear, which we will take 2, 1, 0. Level 3 Auroral Contemplations, and now level 3 Sharps. I think we probably have time for about one more run of the Sweet Bones. Sharps level 3. And there we have it. Alrighty. Made a lot of progress today. We got through a very, very stressful Numa. We unlocked almost all of the house at this point. There are 2 spots in the caves. The altars, or the chapels, Asite and Malachite, we have yet to do. And other than that, there's just the trapped cell. And then we will have restored the entirety of Hush House. We also managed to catalog 6 whole Numa in total right now. Alrighty. Stream save 8. And I am going to quit out at this point because, man, my ears hurt from headphones and I am tired. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. This was a fun one. I'm glad that everything seems to have gone excellently. Happy stream. I hope you have a goober night. Yeah, I hope you have a goober night as well. I'll crack your track. You just try it. Oh boy. To raid. No one that I follow is online at all. And there's no one in relevant tags. This might be a day where we just don't worry about it. Yeah. Alright. In that case, I will see you all probably this Saturday or Monday for board games. And then, again, next Wednesday when we come back to Book of Hours. Alrighty. You will have a lovely night. And bye-bye.